Hello. Hello. I'm sorry I'm late. Hi. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and, not the one who was typing welcome in chat. That was the bot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm lying to you. I don't have a chat bot. I don't have a chat bot account. Hi, everyone. Hi. Okay, so I hope everyone is doing well. It's good to see you all here. Linksys, Sai, Bread. Greetings. Citrina, you are here as well. Thank you so much for being here. Greatly appreciated. Oh, joy. I'm sorry for being a bit late. At the 11th hour, I got a message asking if I was able to do a 3D model for an animation thing that is just a little bit outside of my scope and terms of service. So I had to quickly send a question to some people regarding a referral to that. And that stole some precious minutes, but I think it was precious minutes well spent. So hopefully the person will find a solution. I'm going to be keeping an eye on my messages just to make sure that I actually get a response so that I can send the referral along to the appropriate person. Yeah, I'm not above doing referrals. I know I need work, but I'm not going to do stuff that is outside of my scope. Well, way outside of my scope. This one is just a little bit way outside of my scope, but it's fine. How's everyone's day been so far? I am pretty sure it's now at a time of day where people have had most of a day. Gonna have a sip of coffee. It's half done already. Oopsie. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Whew. So far, very interesting and like unexpected. Ooh. Bread, were you the lucky one who managed to grab Fable's design based on that repost of yours? It's a really cool design. Awesome! Awesome. Looking forward to see what you do with it. Coffee is gone. And speaking of designs, I've determined that that's what we're going to be working on a little bit today as well. Yesterday's pause challenge stuff kind of primed us for it, but today I'm going to be working on civilian outfit for one of the folk that we used as a model for making uniforms for the Misthaven world builds. So I think some of you may remember these guys. Some of you guys may remember these guys. And Tarn, I've got a civilian outfit for, but we have not yet got one for Kai. So we're going to be working on Kai and getting him a civilian look. It's now a 4th form, and it's so cool. Almost didn't get it because someone else wanted it while I was going back and forth, but I had mentioned maybe earlier. Ah. Oh, shame! So you two are actually saying to the other, no, you take it, no, you take it, no, you take it, no, you take it. Oh my word, that's adorable. Oh, shame. But I'm glad that you won. Oh, man. That's fun. The battle of politeness. The battle of ultimate politeness. I actually need to ask a question. I need to ask a question. Sorry? Okay, question asked. Hopefully I'll get a response on that soon and very soon. Okay. Let me just reposition myself on my chair. Because I'm not comfy. And I need to be comfy. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, okay. One day is one day. I want to not fight with this mouse. With this keyboard basket. I'm the most polite person you know. No, don't you know that having healthy ways to manage your anger makes you a generally nicer person? So having a punching bag in the back is totally, totally valid. Okay. So, let me just see, have I actually got anything set up at the moment? I don't think I do. Pardon me. So yes, we're going to be working on a civilian outfit for Kai. That is going to be our game plan for a start. Linksys, your humor is starting to get slightly concerning. Please tone it down a little bit. just a little bit, please. If it's currently dialed up to 11, please bring it down to like a 6. Because I'm slightly worried. Just a little. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Okay, moving on. Okay, let us, just grab what we know. So, I think over here, did I actually make this guy a color swatch yet? With his eye colors? Yes, I did. I made a swatch with his eye colors. Yay! Okay, that helps. That helps significantly. Okay, so I've gotten some information that I needed. Now I can continue with the actual project. So, we're going to start with doing do I have a sketch on this? Yes, I do. Yay. Okay, I'm going to copy this because it's a good posture to start with. I'm going to copy this. Pull it out like so. That way I don't have to do it twice. Lol. Duplicate. And edit, transform, flip, rotate, flip horizontal, and move you across. Okay, and now we adjust according to perspective on this side, because now that is very much inaccurate. Okay, and on this side, we're gonna take that. Like so. Take that. Like so. Just pull it in a little bit more. Okay. And that should give us a rough idea of our that should give us a rough idea of our posture and proportion. Great. There we go. Okay, okay. So now let's pull that up, merge that down, move that there, call it sketch. There we go, there we go, there we go. And reduce. And now let's add in our base detail, so we know we've got, let me do it with a better size brush. Let's put this on 30. Nope. 20. 20 is good. 20 is good. Okay. All right. Start to develop the shorthand here because I've not drawn this guy a lot yet, obviously. In all seriousness though, I really like these streams. They're relaxing and they're nice to listen to, and I honestly do enjoy it. I'm glad. I'm glad. I like this to be a comfortable space for everyone. So if you are enjoying it and are feeling cozy, then that is great news. Okay. Too much. Too much volume. There we go. Okay, one of these days, I will be able to get this consistent without messing it up the first time. Maybe. We'll see. The only reason I'm not copying the line work directly from the other version at this point is because on this one, it's about half the size, actually. It's like half the size. So trying to fix it after scaling is going to be more effort than what it's worth. Especially considering that this is largely for reference purposes as well. For when I actually end up drawing the reference sheet. We're basically making the base right now, over which we'll be doing the outfit design. All right. And now from here is where we adjust according to more sensible proportions, because here a lot of this bulk is actually just hiding information. So yeah, at the moment I'm basically putting together a mannequin. And then after we've got the mannequin, we can do the outfit design over the top. Because there are details that we need to work out. Once again, I'm going to keep things fairly rough because we're only actually concerned about the outfit in this particular drawing. So we just want enough detail to give us landmarks, but I'm not going to be pedantic. Why? Because this isn't a final illustration. It is concept work, and concept work is supposed to be quick and nasty and messy. And just get ideas down. So, getting unnecessary information in place is a little bit of a waste. Remember, this is a mannequin. This is a mannequin. We don't need detail. We don't need that detail. The only part where I bothered with detail was the face, because why are we going to see it at the end of the process? Okay. Now, rear view. We've got ears, which have a little bit of floof. Got the hair vent in the bangs. All right, and then we've got back here one. Nope, that angle is wrong. That angle is wrong. That angle is so very wrong. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3 of those. Jaw. Eyebrow information. What's the bang going to be doing over here? Something like that-ish, roughly. This is not the sketch where I'm going to be concerned about that. When I start messing with the reference sheet, I'll figure that out in a bit more detail. And right, the tail. We can't forget that. I'll add it in on the other side as well. Why? Because that is also an important landmark. Okay. Something roughly like that-ish to do the trick. Okay. Then that contour. Remember, this is a mannequin. We're not being pedantic about detail. Why? Because we're going to cover and mask half of this anyway. Okay. So now it's the tail. So, what on earth is that doing on that tool? So, tail base starts there. Now the split is in the last quarter, so that puts it at approximately that space. There we go. And now that can go away. Why? Because I'm not going to need it anymore. Alright, Have you ever watched any movies? I wonder about that. That is a very, 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 very broad question, to which the answer is yes, but not very frequently. Not very frequently. Okay, so now we've got this, which we're going to put in a folder containing one other, and this is going to be fill. This is going to be inks. Fill in first, inks in on top. Then. We're gonna grab, where is this? That should be our palette color, yes? Is it? It looks like it may be. Yes, it is. Okay, that is in fact our palette color. That's what we're after, so we're gonna grab that. And the gap. Are there any other gaps? There shouldn't be. They aren't. Lovely. Expand by 1, invert, and fill. Okay. Then we're going to duplicate that. No, not duplicate it. We're just going to lock the opacity on that. Grab our skin color, which should be the same as here. Let's just check. Yes, it is. Okay. And now we're very, very quickly going to block this in pretty much everywhere except for the head and the tail. Or the hair and the tail. I actually still need to find out what sort of climate he's from originally. Because what average temperatures he is used to is going to inform at least a foundation off of which we can develop a dress sense. Okay, let me ask that question quickly. Let me ask the question this way. think it's called a temperate region. I think it's called a temperate region between a pole, between the equator and the tropics of Capricorn. I think that is called the temperate zone. Oh, it's a tropical zone. It's a tropical. Oh. Shucks. That explains a couple of things. That explains a couple of things. Okay, never mind that. Asking a question relative to a tropical climate, because actually we're at the edge of a tropical climate, but that's where that's where things are happening. More. I'm just quickly asking a question. I cannot type with the glove on. Okay, let's see. Right, so that's that. So this is going to be mannequin, and then let's go version 1. Okay. Reduce that opacity. Full and inks. And grab black. Okay, bum. And now we see if I get a response back. So let us assume for a second that we're going to be dealing with someone who's actually pretty used to a tropical climate, a border tropical and temperate region climate. So if we assume pretty much a scenario of comfortable mid-ground between particularly hot and particularly cool weather within that range. Let's see, we're looking at probably a typical it's not quite the hottest day in summer, and it could rain today type thing, but it's still warm. Okay, so that would make it, let's see, that would make it. Starting with legwear, I think, is maybe the best place to start with the outfit design. Why? Because usually when it comes to where people get dressed in the morning, your legwear is basically the limitation of what you are going to expect climate-wise. So let us go with, I don't think 3/4 are going to work for him. It's maybe a little bit too, 3/4 is maybe going to be a little bit too nah. For the average person I know, that could be anything from sensible middleweight clothes to shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. Yeah. It could literally be anything, because that is that, you know, that I do not doubt for a second. So I'm going to make a couple of options for at least rough silhouettes for a start, and see if I get a response, what sort of vibe is closest to the mark, because it all depends really where the guy comes from, because depending on what you're used to, how you're going to dress in a certain climate is going to vary greatly. Because the climate that I'm referring to is kind of the one I reside in, where summer temperatures range from about 17 degrees Celsius, let's say, on average, at the coldest, to like 40 degrees Celsius. So it could be anywhere in that range in summer, and in wintertime it'll usually be somewhere between 13 and 25-ish. So depending on how used to certain temperature ranges you are, that's either going to make you melt and pass out from heat exhaustion, or you are going to be totally comfortable. Or if you're from a desert planet, you might actually be a little bit chilly. Who knows? You might be wearing light clothing that covers everything up, because why? You're going for sun protection rather than density. all depends on the individual and how much time you spend outside. Or in air-conditioned spaces. I don't think air conditioning is going to be much of a problem over here. Ventilation is going to be a thing. I don't think air cons are a thing in this setting. Why? Because I'd like to not freeze. Other people might not like it though. Often cover up when... Okay. So definitely not like that. Okay, so we're going to clear that because we're going to go for a more covered up look. So maybe lightweight, but definitely more lightweight, but modest. Okay. So we're going to go for something. Let's start then with. Let's start with I think let's go with not quite dress pants, not quite chinos, not quite denim jeans, not quite because boots with tucked in at summer is just a little it's a little bit overkill. Well, let's start with normal straight leg trousers and work from there. All right. Now, as far as shoes go, let's go with something neat. Still easy to move in. There we go. Come on. Let's get this angle right. Please and thank you. Funny how I keep finding myself drawing this style of shoe lately. Huh. Okay. I'll look at adding some interesting detailing on that later. Okay. Now, I think this is a person who would probably appreciate being able to move freely, so I don't think he'd want something that's altogether too tight on the top, even though it's going to be covering a significant portion of the skin. So let me just do this. File, save as. Maybe that's a good start, is to actually have this saved. Maybe a good idea. Kai outfit. Save. Okay. Good idea to have that. And I'm just going to very, very quickly just open something up here that I just want to make sure is off screen for a second. No, that's that. That's not the file I'm looking for. Open. Just want to make sure that this is off screen for a second. Put that there. Grab that. And what I want to do is I want to just mask off everything that I don't want you guys to see yet. Okay, and let's just go over here. Okay, so stylistically, this is obviously not Kai, this is Tan in his civvy outfit. And you can tell what I look like. So between the three of us, there's the beginnings of a little bit of a rhythm and rhyme to the sort of look direction that we're trying to develop towards. So I think in Kai's case, let's go with something with a looser sleeve. It's nothing quite like a shoulder that's actually in the right place. Oh, the urge to give him a Jacobite shirt. Oh, the urge to give him a Jacobite shirt. It would look good on him. It would. Absolutely look good on him. And then it just becomes a matter of stylization. Because in that case, this becomes relatively loose right up until the cuff. Unless I make it a slightly longer cuff so that we can get almost a vambrace sort of a feel from it, which I think is maybe not a bad idea. Seems on brand for him to have a sort of a vambrace look on his sleeve cuffs. Also considering that this fabric would probably be pretty light. It's not heavy fabric. Okay. And now to get torso detailing. So let's just close the silhouette. And collar. Collar. What shall we do with a collar? Hold on. Let me just see. What have I got going on again? That's what I've got going on. Okay. So let's get the styles to talk to each other and agree with one another. I think this isn't asking to be a slightly more of a hybrid style. Shirt. It's not asking to be one specific feel. We do want that slight bit of the opening there just to get that Jacobite feel. Mm-hmm. So that should give us a silhouette to work with. So let's grab that. And let's see. I'm gonna grab that color as our sample fill color for a second. And expand by 1. Invert and fill. Just temporarily. So that we can get that in place. And let's do at least that match of silhouette on the opposite side as well, because then we can go into detailing and make sure that we've got something that is actually workable. Because with the silhouette in place, one can actually then go and take it from figuring out, okay, what's our rough foundations, and actually turning it into an outfit. Undo. And for anyone who's new here, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, and if you are interested in maybe getting me to design something for you, please check out the link at the top of the screen and check out my commission information. This is my day job, so any work goes greatly appreciated. If you're not in a position to make any investments right now, I also greatly appreciate any referrals that you send my way. Okay, and then the tail gap would be about there. I'll put in a proper seam for it when we've got more ideas about how we're going to detail stuff. I need to constantly remind myself, this is just a concept, this is just a concept. Don't be too pedantic. Okay. Now, all of these lines are on the wrong layer, so thankfully they are here, so I can just cut them and paste them here for merging down. Hide that. Grab outside. Expand by 1. Grab that. Invert. Fill. Okay, I can make that proper color again, add a mask, and here we take out everything that we're not actually going to need, so that we don't accidentally end up cutting through it. All right. Now over here. Trim this out. Okay, and now we're going to fill this in a mid-tone grey so that we don't get confused in terms of colors while we are detailing this out. Also, just going to very quickly add the eye detail over here, just so that we've got the reference for the eye color, because that is also very useful to have visually in place when doing the outfits, because sometimes you can pull some of that eye color into the outfit as well. And of course I've got the wrong color on the other eye. Of course I do. Okay, get that in place. Get that in place. A little shiny on the top. There we are. Then our little ring around the pupil. And then our actual pupils. There we go. And then you've got that on that side as well. And fill in the scar color. There we go. Okay, so now let's look at roughing in some details. So we know that this guy is from a much colder climate, so he goes with much less clothing. Also, he's a fire type. That should be obvious as well. This one, however, is less obvious, is more of a physical type. If we were talking alignments and so on. So, let's see. He's not going to have that sort of convenient motif that we can roll with there. But what I would like to think of is how we can pull some stylistic details from here and also from up here by me. That sort of stylistic language across. So, the first thing that I want to do is I half want to give him some sort of feature around the waist. I feel like having a narrowing around the waist to accentuate the broadness of the shoulders is maybe not a bad idea. Now, whether that is going to translate into a broad belt or a high-waisted pair of trousers. We'll figure it out, I guess. You see, with this type of shirt, I'd personally automatically err to drawing a kilt next, but that's not an option in this particular case. Why? Because the legs have to be covered. That is part of character criteria. So the legs have to be covered. So no kilt this time. And how to not make a direct copy of this. Okay. So what I'm going to do one day oh, I will yet have a VTuber in a kilt. Come rain or shine, I will one day have a VTuber in a kilt. By my doing. If I can help it, I will so do it. I love kilts, man. They're actually so flattering. And not a single guy who I've spoken to who actively wears kilts, and I've spoken to a couple, not a single one of them has anything bad to say about them as an article of clothing. So, they're just... the only thing that's bad about them is that they cost. Because in my part of the world, getting a woven wool that's not a knit wool is weirdly difficult. Like, a woven wool fabric, you don't see it in my part of the world, and with the amount of sheep that we breed, I think that is very, very strange. Flattering? Yes. I know. For some, a strange concept, but I personally find a kilt can be an incredibly dashing article of clothing. Maybe it's just the Celtic blood in me. Maybe it's just the Celtic blood in me. I have got some of that, actually. Just by the by. Not a lot, but enough. Because it's not only the Scots who wear kilts, just by the way. They will be kilted, yes. Okay, so let's think. Undo. I need to be up here. So, that sort of a paneling does work nicely. Let's make this one symmetrical. I like pants, thank you very much. Have you ever worn a kilt, Sai? Have you? Because unless you get unceremoniously inverted, the chances of you having a wardrobe malfunction with a kilt is amazingly low. Never, and that ain't changing? Oh, you're missing out, mate. According to reports, they are toasty. They don't cramp anything. They don't chafe anything. They're supposed to go down to the knee, so it's not supposed to look like miniskirt type nonsense. They look amazing with a dress shirt and a blazer. And you get cargo variations nowadays as well. I saw a wonderful, gorgeous black cargo kilt. Oh my word, it looked so good. If I ever need to fight a lot of Englishmen on a bridge, I'll consider it. Oh. Okay, I'm going to add another line of detail over here, because that is not aligning. This is not aligning. Kilts are pretty interesting, but I wear jeans if I'm going down. I'm going down in style. No, kilts are amazingly warm because they are wool. Remember, these are things that are designed to be worn ridiculously close to the Arctic Circle. So the warmth issue's got nothing to do with it. Incredibly high mobility. On top of everything else. So in the case of the zombie apocalypse, for example's sake, the person in the kilt is probably going to have less of a mobility issue climbing up the side of a building than the person in the jeans that are flying at half-mast. Because they don't make jeans that go up all the way enough half the time when they are quote-unquote fashion jeans. or that's too tight around the knee and you can't actually bend your legs. Yes, I've had lots of bad pairs of jeans, okay? I'm speaking from experience. Hello, Krazik. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I don't know how, but I've spontaneously, by some strange twist of fate, turned into a kilt advocate for the non-believers in chat. If the zombies show up, I'm getting behind anyone with a kilt because insanity wins and they probably own a claymore. Every definition. Yeah. And a person with a greatsword makes the best bodyguard because they are going to be swinging that thing with such intensity that if anything is wild enough to get past that, they deserve it because there is no getting past one of those things. They move so quickly and they are devastating. Longbow? The draw weight on those is a little bit of an interesting challenge, but also nice. If you can retrieve your ammunition. Because let's just be real. In majority of urban scenarios, you're actually going to want something with a shorter range because you're not going to be necessarily having the advantage of a long view distance. So you're going to want something that you can draw back very little and get a lot of punch out of it. So, a medium draw weight recurve might do you just dandy. Something small that you can get inside a door. Okay. So that's side paneling. In this case, I want to do a mantle that goes upward. There we go. Yeah, but a gun is louder, so it'll attract more. A gun is louder, so it'll attract more zombies. A bow is nice because you can stealth. Thank you, Zany. Thank you, and welcome. Because I have been in a shooting range before, and good grief. They are loud. Like, you do not want to be in an enclosed space with a gun. Even a small caliber gun is really, 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 really loud. Without ear protection, you're pretty much in ear bleed. And with ear protection on, you're not going to hear the zombies approaching for you to need to be able to shoot them. Yeah, a crossbow is the worst weapon. Yeah, a crossbow is the worst weapon. I maintain a low to medium draw weight recurve bow. 30-meter range is enough for an urban scenario. Easy to make new ammunition if something splinters. You don't have to worry about getting gunpowder which is your biggest problem with a gun after the noise. But best case scenario is don't be in a zombie apocalypse. The worst thing would be your best long-range option against zombies, otherwise a blunt weapon to smash some heads, yeah. Nothing beats a big stick. At the end of the day, the easiest weapon to learn as a new weapon wielder is a spear. And in the absence of spears just lying around all over the show, a curtain rod. A curtain rod makes a wonderful weapon if you've got one that's a reasonable length for you to wield. Because it's basically your entire height of length to keep things away from you. Relatively hard. You can smash a bunch of stuff. It's a good weapon. There's a reason that spears and staffs have been around for literally forever. I don't know, man. A spear through the temple is pretty effective. Y'all are spear haters. Y'all are spear haters. It's just, in the context of if you have a complete novice wielding a weapon, it's probably the easiest one to use. Hello, Bor! Welcome in. Halberds are amazing. Halberds are amazing. They're just slightly harder to find lying around than spears. The spear you can make just out of sharpening a stick. So, once again, manufacturing ability, immediate availability, so on and so forth. Depends on how in a hurry you are to get a weapon. How's the stream been? It has been, slow. I'm doing a lot of thinking work while we're chatting, and this thinking is slow. The thinking is slow. Because I'm trying to think in pictures, and it's not 100% working. Okay. Yeah, if you have not got high velocity aids, then yeah. Yeah. So we went all the way from kilts into zombie apocalypses. Okay, great. You see, Zany, that's why most historical accounts show people carrying more than one weapon. So your spear is your first line of defense, then your arming sword, and then if you're in a really tight enclosed space, then you've got your arming dagger as well. Yeah, let's get off the zombie topic because depending on world build that you're talking, there are just so many variables when it's involved with the zombies actually, depending on the world build, because some of them are vastly different from others. But yeah. Moral of the story, don't get into a zombie apocalypse. Exactly. That is, at the end of the day, the main thing. I still need to finish it, but have any of you guys read Parallel City? I still need to finish that one. I know it's completed, but I still need to finish it. Never heard of it? Okay. If you enjoy zombie apocalypse stories, it is a webtoon worth reading. It's also got a very, 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 very interesting initial setting. Totally worth checking out. It is a little bit gruesome though, so if you've got a weak stomach, maybe not. And yeah. I've just not had the guts to finish it, personally, yet. Okay. I'm thinking. We definitely need some sort of upper half detail that is going to work nicely. To tie into the waist and pull a bit of balance into the lower half of the outfit. Because why? The upper half is the part that is going to be most important. But I think what we're going to do is, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip real quick. Because why? We have been streaming for an hour and a half and I completely forgotten to hydrate. Okay. So, upper half detail. I need to put a space in there. Back. I can't type with a glove on. Okay. Okay. Asked another question. So, we know that this shirt is actually pretty lightweight. How masochistic am I going to be for when I do the 3D model of this? Am I going to add an overlap? Huh. Okay. I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna do the thing. This way. I'm not gonna make an overlap, but I am gonna make a detail which should add a little bit of visual interest to the sleeve. Okay. Like that. Make that 60%. There we go. Also, having some sheer on there will make it more breathable. Because why? This is actually being worn in the tropics. We need to keep reminding ourselves of that little detail. This is being worn in the tropics. Now on this side we're going to add fastenings for these cuffs. Very important detail for an article of clothing is remembering where you are in the world when you're wearing it, because otherwise you're going to have the scenario of the itty-bitty clothing in the middle of a snowfield scenario, except in inverse in this case. Let me look at how we're going to address the tail slot, because that is not a fully appropriate tail slot. Or wearing a wool cloak in a summer desert heat. Yeah. Like, depending on how thick the weave is, that might actually not be too bad, because it just keeps heat outside from getting in. It's also because wool is moisture wicking, that is also helpful. Just weird aside. Okay, let's think. There are several ways that one can do a tail closure. So on this side, because we've got a really thick tail, the legs are actually, the hip bones are actually on the side of the tail, not the tail is protruding. Design for winter? Yeah, that's just a bad idea. That is design. If a thick winter coat designed for that in the desert, that is going to just be weight. Too much weight. Okay. So, here we have options. We can either do a sort of a we can either do the overlap panel, which consists basically of the bottom panel of the trousers coming up way high, and then the tail kind of pokes out through the layers so that you don't see anything you're not supposed to. Why is it that not 10 minutes after your original mention of kilts, someone brings up kilt in conversation with me in person? That is brilliant. That is brilliant. You see, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only advocate for kilts out there. Okay? Kilts are great. Kilts are great. You will yet learn the glory of the kilt. Okay. So there's the overlap method, or let me just clear that. Hide that temporarily. So there's that method, or there is going to be the side fastening method, where there's an actual window. Or sort of a combination with sort of combining into the belt scenario, maybe? Not happy with that one either. Okay. Let's think. How are we going to do this particular case of tail fastening? I'm gonna go with similar to this being a single button over, but I'm going to do a broader thing. Why? Because when you've got a rear view, like you will have when you've got a 3D, because why? That's the end game, is for this to be in 3D. Then you want the back to be interesting to look at too. You want the back to be interesting to look at too. So we're gonna have some sort of a trim. Maybe some interesting paneling. And I just want to check. Tails present an interesting challenge to garments, but also an opportunity. Yeah. They do. Tails and wings, man. Tails and wings. Because goodness alone knows how many garments I've seen for winged people that do not account for the act of actually putting them on. Oh my word. Like, you've got a person who has not got a pair of retractable wings, and the openings that they need to fit all of that anatomy through are so tiny. It is one of my personal pet design peeves. Like, it's trying to get your shoulder through, I don't know, a hair tie? It's not impossible, maybe, but it'll hurt a lot. And doing so for any extended period of time will cause issues with blood circulation. Okay, question posed once again. Okay. So we've still got the issue to be solved regarding the belt scenario as well. So I'm looking for a very, very, very good excuse to not give him a high waist belt. Sort of like a waist corset. I'm looking for an excuse to not give him something like that. I'm desperately hunting for an excuse to not do something like that. He has an interesting tail. Yes, he does. It's one of his species traits, actually. It's part of the type and species traits. They are fully prehensile and surprisingly strong. Surprisingly strong. That tail can actually be used as a weapon. A conventional belt. And I'm considering conventional belt, but then I've got to look at, okay, but what's the bottom of the shirt going to look like? I've got to think about what's the bottom of this shirt going to look like. Is it getting tucked in? Non-artist opinion here, but it's easier to account for non-retractable biological wings in a female design. You can just give them a backless top. Yeah, this is true. I've done that before. Lots and lots. I've done the same with male designs too, also backless. You can make it look masculine as well. It's not difficult. I've had a long conversation about that. Wings, tentacles, retractable arm things. Even my own design concern of this thing does not like light required a lot of thought for good design. Yeah, it's a lot of factors to take into consideration. My character has lots of problems finding clothes that fit him. Oh, he is going to absolutely love the outfitter lady in this part of the world, because she has made clothes for literally everything. The outfitter lady in this world build is gonna be like your best friend. Because she has made outfits for literally everything. Even the things that have more limbs than what is sensible. So male with backless top screams pretty boy to me, though, which isn't what I'd go for in the design. Well, it depends entirely on the execution. I've already done a very, very classy looking leather armor backless. One day I will show it to you guys. One day. Okay, so I'm still looking for a belt solution. At the moment, the outfit looks like it's all in one piece. Yeah, and it's driving me up the wall. It's driving me up the wall because I'm not finding the right tool, the right cutting tool, really, to determine, okay, how am I going to divvy this up? Because, I don't get necessarily the feeling that this is going to be one of those leave it tucked out type shirts. It's not the same sort of shortcut as this, I don't think. Doesn't feel like it. Or at least most certainly not in the same way. We've also still got to solve the problem of additional detail around the top to make it more interesting. So, let's see. As I said, non-artist opinion. I more speak from the angle of the consumer of content and art with only some knowledge of the craft. That's no cool. No stress, no stress. One can only draw from what you have seen done before, really. And then try and assemble information in your mental library accordingly. I think what I'm going to do is give this a zip. It'll behave differently because it's a slightly different length. Okay. Okay, okay. So I've got a half an idea now. Maybe. Okay, so I'm going to make I think I'm almost at a solid idea that I can flesh out. I just need to get one little piece of world building confirmation from the person who is the brain master behind the species, from whom I am getting all of the lore-related stuffs. I just want to check a reference here quickly. Just checking a reference. Okay. I'm gonna roll with that. So of course I would do all of that on the wrong layer. Of course I would. All right. Alright, now we try and get the same sort of feeling on the opposite side. There we go. Get a bit of a pattern going here. Okay. So that works on the back. Now we need to bring some of that forward as well. So I'm going to put a little detail on the collar here, like so. And that goes like that. And let's see. Let's add a round. Piece like this. It's going to be insane to UV map, but it's going to look good when it's done. The UV painting is going to be interesting. Okay, that's already more interesting than what I had previously. Now let's just take this. I'd like to add something that's got a little bit of a softer curvature as well. Now I know the line work looks really busy, but I'm going to do something subtle with the colors there, so it shouldn't end up looking as desperately busy. Is what the line work makes it look like right now. Okay, okay, so that's something. Now, before I move on to pants details, I've got to just quickly copy the cuff detail over to the opposite side here. So, wait, I made a mistake. I made a mistake with those cuffs because why? I did not account for the closures. I did not account for the closures in that detail. I did not account for the closures in that detail. Okay. So, we're going to go with something like that. Okay. And that'll eventually wrap around. Okay. So on this side, that's going to translate into, like so. 1, 2, 3. Clear that, clear that, clear that. Roughly. And like so. Okay, that puts that roughly like so. And undo, undo. Like so. Let's just get that one to not look awful. There we go. Okay, so we are starting to get there. We're starting to get there on this guy. Okay, starting to get there, starting to get there. I think I know what I'm going to do with color on this panel at least. Let me do that. I'm going to start with a blue. I'm going to start with a blue. Like so. Just clear it because I did not have my full tool set to expand when I needed it to. There we go. And now I put that in there. Get rid of these that are unrelated. Get rid of these that are unrelated. Okay, so we have that, and we're gonna have that. Basically, gradient through. But let's get the balance right. So that's gonna gradient through like so. Okay. And then we're gonna grab one of the eye colors. Like so. And add that. Like so. Now I'm going to go here and I'm going to take this and I'm going to get something a little bit redder. Not that much redder. Yipes, no, not that much redder. Okay, and I'm going to replace that one. Okay. Lock. Grab that color. And like so. Grab. Unlock. Fill. Fill. Grab. Lock. Like so. And unlock those two. Fill. lock, and airbrush. Okay. Then over here, we're going to grab that. Make something a little bit brighter. And add that there. Okay. Slowly but certainly starting to get something that actually looks like something. Lock that. Let's fold those. No, undo. Pull that in the pale blue. Okay. Okay, now let's look at these sleeve cuffs. So that's number next. All right, now going to make another set of these, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab every second one. There we go. Lock. Grab the airbrush, grab the lighter color. And what we're going to do is on the top of each of these panels, we're going to do this. Okay, and then transfer that down and do the same over here. Lock, grab the darker one, and on the underside of each of these panels. So. Alright, now I'm not happy with the two colors involved here. Undo. So let me just make an adjustment. Those should be together now, yes. Let's go. Tonal correction. Let's see. I want to take that saturation down and that luminosity down. Yeah. Okay. And over here. I'm just going to clear that altogether because it's all wrong. Okay, so now I'm going to grab these two colors, add, and add to the palette. Okay. And grab that again. Am I actually even happy with this? I think I could do better. I think I could do better. Okay. That'll work. That'll work. And also, with that little bit of a stripiness, does give that little itty bitty bit of a tiger motif, which is not bad. Because why? They are called the tigrin. The species is a tigrin. Tigrin. I can never remember the correct pronunciation. I think it's tigrin. But I'm happier with that. It gives the feeling of flow without being on the nose. Okay. Now, let's go up here. Add these background panels. Gives the feeling, don't you mean the feline? I do mean the feline. It does give the feline. Okay. I really, really, really like the orange and blue contrast because it is culturally relevant and it matches the eye color. It matches the eye color thing going on, which I really, really like. Now, we'll notice that there's a bit more green in the eyes than what we're seeing in the current palette of the shirt. So we're going to ground the entire look by bringing in that slightly greener hue of blue towards the bottom. What I am going to do though is on the sleeves, I am going to definitely want to make them somewhat lighter. I'm going to lock opacity here, and I'm going to take this, I think. Let's see how it looks. I merge these two. Ooh. That might work. That might work. Okay, we're starting to get there. We're starting to get there. I want to add a richer blue on those lines. Then I'm going to take this one. I'm just going to dial up the white value quite significantly there. And I'm going to drop that on the collar too. Why? Because having the fabric only that color on one panel makes no sense. And I see I've got a correction that I need to make over here. Whoopsie. Arguably, this guy is better than designed than me. Very, very, very arguably. Certainly with a lot more cultural relevance. To where he comes from. I don't think my design is bad, I just think it's comparatively way, way more basic. Let's see what's on this layer. That. Okay, now I'm just going to quickly grab this color because I'm not happy with it. Select that. Okay. That's the color I'm looking for. Replace. Just darker than his hair and pelt. Okay. I think this is working. I think this is working. Yes. Okay, it's working. It's working. So I'm going to reduce you. Wow. Comparatively, one forgets how green Mist Guard uniform is by comparison. Kai is a lot bluer. Kai is a lot bluer. Surprisingly bright. Okay. Save button. Save button. I think I just quickly want to see if I can acquire more coffee and walk a turn real quick. I will be back momentarily. And then we will continue with detailing and colouring the lower half, because there is room for more to happen. There is room for more to happen. Because surprisingly, we have a very large optical rest point right in the middle of the chest there. There's like busy, 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 and then this easy to look at front. So interesting how that panned out. Okay, I'm just quickly going to see if I can get more coffee, and then we shall return and continue, and we will do the lower half. Fun times. Okay, see you shortly. Count how many time lapses go past and let me know. I want to know exactly how long I was away, and I don't have a proper way of timing it. So count the time lapses. See you now. Ah, wrong screen, wrong button. That's the one I was looking for. Whoopsie. I'm back. How many was that? How many time lapses was that? With Evilite here, how many time lapses was that? And I have coffee! How many time lapses was that, guys? Were you counting like I asked you so nicely? Four minutes? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now we continue with the lower body. Lower body. Making good progress. Okay. Okay, because the first one didn't start right at the very, very, very beginning. That makes sense. So technically it was 5. Technically it was 5 time lapses. Okay. All right. So now let's think. We have high detail on the side panels, on the outside panels, on the top, so we do not want. Hi again? I didn't know, I just want to make the mood brighter in the stream. Aw. I used a stopwatch app on my watch and wasn't paying attention to the time lapses. Oh, okay. Okay. Fair, fair, fair. Is okay. Is okay. So. We do not want high detail on the outer panel. If we're going to put any detail on these pants, it's going to be from the knees down. Basically. Might have some panel separation in the top half, but any detail is going to happen from the knee down. Why? Because we want to have balance. And I'm not actually, now that I look at it, convinced that this is the right style of shoe. As I look at it, I'm not convinced that this is the right style of shoe. For what we want. It's very safe. It's very safe. But is it right for the job? Is it right for the job? That is the question. How to not just copy Zhongli. How to not just copy Zhongli. Okay, that is the challenge. Do not do a one-to-one copy of Zhongli. Okay. That is the challenge. I'm not convinced that this is the right style of shoe. Or even the right style of pants, actually. Now that I look at it. I'm not convinced that this is the right style of pant. I'm not convinced that this is the right style of pants. I'm happy with the tail covering. I'm happy with the tail solution being the right thing for the job, but I'm not happy with anything from the thigh down being the right thing for the job. How are we going to fix this? 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 Okay. Once again, Ton literally has Bermudas. The dragon has Bermudas. And somehow those are the crispest looking pants that I have ever drawn in my entire life. But Kai here would not be caught dead in shorts. At least not in his present phase of life. When he was younger and more foolish, maybe, sure. But not in his present state. And what on earth did I do that messed up here? Oh no, that's not a mess, that's an actual piece of patterning. I thought that was a mistake. Okay, phew, panic averted, panic averted. Crisp seam indicating perma-press pants. Yep. There might even be a bit of top stitching on that. There might even be top stitching on those. Wait, let me just think. Bermudas, they do actually have a top stitch on the front panel, don't they? On the front seam. I'm pretty sure that Bermudas have a top stitch on the front seam. Which makes it easy to fold up without necessarily needing to do the ironing. And still keep them mostly flat. Weirdly, I can actually imagine the folding pattern of how you would fold up those shorts. Random, but okay. I can imagine how those would get folded up. When the adult brain says, how are we going to do the laundry today? How are we doing the laundry? Oy. Okay. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. There's not enough whiskey on the bottom of this. Okay. There's not any whiskey in the bottom of that, just as a disclaimer. No brandy either, or anything else that you would throw in the bottom of a coffee. The only thing in this coffee is freeze-dried coffee and water and a little bit of milk. That's the only thing in this mug. Instant coffee! Why? Because I'm in a hurry. It's not chicory, it's actual coffee. Okay, let's stop procrastinating. How are we going to handle these pants? How are we going to handle these pants? Okay, let's do temporary inks, hide, that for a sec. I really don't want to give him baggy pants. But I'm starting to think that I can't avoid giving him some sort of boot. I'm starting to think that I can't avoid giving him some sort of boot, because these pants are not right for the job. What if I don't legally own the nearest safe consumption beverage? I suppose if there's nothing stopping you if you don't mind asking permission first to have a sip of the legally nearby, the not legally your own nearby beverage. Aside from that, yeah, you might want to grab something. You might want to grab something. I should probably put on a timer for the first time this evening. I should probably do that, so that we've got an idea of when the next hydrate is going to be. Yeah, there we go. Oh my, we're already 3.5 hours into the stream. What the? Oh joy, oh joy. Okay. Yeah, I don't see how I'm gonna get away with not having some sort of boot. I don't see how I'm gonna get away with not having some sort of boot. It's like this shirt is begging to be balanced out with boots. We must just make sure that they are fabric boots, not leather boots, and that they are not too bulky. That's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be the thing. Okay. I shall lay claim to this beverage in the name of the Citadel and of the Prime Empire. Oh, joy. Best of luck, Si. However you are acquiring your beverage. Oh, joy. Okay. Yeah, I can't see how I'm going to get away with not having some sort of a boot here. Okay. So let's start with okay, on me, the boots are literally just armored wedges. On me, the boots are literally just armored wedges. I don't go anywhere without those shoes. On Tan, he doesn't wear shoes. Why? Because he's a feral little child. Whose kick does about as much damage as what you could expect from an ostrich. When he's not trying. So, in terms of normalcy, Kai is our best bet on the boot department, because that is very, 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 very much not normal in the boot department. It's cool, but it's absolutely not normal. Okay. Instructions unclear. I have now fled the country and am on the run. You got out of the country very, very, very quickly. I blamed that on the supervillain buff. Hyper escape route initiated. Okay. Okay, so far they're looking rather boring. We'll see if we can fix them. But what it does do is it gives me the foundation for this. Take everything below here and clear. Take everything below here and clear. There we are. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. I'll repair this on the back as well. I am happy that that is a better silhouette already. It's looking more designed, having the boots. I'm not necessarily happy with the cut of the boot, but it's already looking better than what it was. Coffee. Coffee. I'm not gonna wait until the timer is up. Why? Because I'm getting a headache. And, with that, coffee is necessary. Okay. It's something. Probably over-engineered buckle. Okay. Now, let me just think very, very carefully. I do something like this. That makes sense. Free at last! How far did they chase you? In revenge of their lost beverage? For legal reasons, I hope you didn't actually steal a beverage. I have no explanation for how it was resolved. It's just back to the status quo like in the cartoon. Okay. Okay, let's leave it at that. Ask no questions, hear no lies. Ah, the Toon Force. Yes, the Toon Force is strong. A very, very mighty entity. I'm happier with those shoes. They look actually intentional. They look intentional. They don't look like an afterthought. That's the goal, is to have the shoes not look like an afterthought. Okay. So now we duplicate to the rear. All right. I've almost got it. So here, that cuts forward like that. Then back. Then forward, then down. Where exactly does it end? Like that. Okay. Then we've got that has to come further up. Like so. Yes, that's it. Okay. Now we duplicate to the other side. Okay, now if I come here, what I want to do is I want to just unhide that and unhide that, because having a little bit of a foot window I can't see as being harmful here, simply to give some ventilation. Tiny little bit of ventilation. Um, something like that, and here we go. Okay. Whenever I see the tail, I can't not think of the Pokemon Espeon. I know. The split tail has that effect. I think it's originally based off of... I can't remember which cat yokai. I can't remember which cat yokai it's based off of, but I know there's one that has a split tail like this. But I'm pretty sure the Espeon got that one from. I know there are two cat yokai that have similar tails, but the distinction is the one has two entire tails and the other has the split tail. But I can't remember which one's which one. Okay, so now we have the rough idea. So now we go in and we add our reinforcing repeating details. Undo that. There we go. Okay. Now we've got one of these dark panels. And now here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna lighten the top like so. Ew, I made a mistake on the line work here. I made a mistake on the line work here. Hide that for a bit. Undo, undo, undo. Till it's solid again. Hide. There's another one that comes up to about there. And now we add our gradient. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now let's take our dark color and put that on the soles. And our neo white, let's put up there. And let's add another gradient to the toe boxes. And then let's add the light blue up here to this panel. With the gradient to that. There we go. Slowly but certainly we are getting there. So now we just need to sort out the pants. And then we've got it. After. This little detail on the clips. That's gonna be a metal material in the end, so it's gonna be texturally different, even if it looks the same in the flat color. Okay, so the next thing is the pants. Next thing is the pants. So, first things first, let's pick our line work color. Now this is bigging for a back seam. So that we've got an inner and an outer panel. Sort of mirroring the creases on the armor, I think. Dark on the inside, bright on the outside, because that makes sense. And we are now ready for our hydrate. Timer went time's up. Okay, so everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Oh, my tracking throws a fit with the mug. Okay. So now the question is, shall the panel go the entire length down? Or shall it close towards either the interior or the exterior? That is the question. I feel it like it wants to close towards the interior. And it wants to close on a sharp corner. Doesn't want to close on a soft bend. All right. Then we're going to have our closure, which is that way around. So I'm going to have the seam run center line. Okay. And now let's get some rough placements. On color. And we said we wanted to bring in a little bit more of a green hue on this side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the teal from the eye color. I'm going to desaturate it slightly and I'm going to darken it. I'm actually going to fold that like so. Let me desaturate it more. It's still too green. Let me inch that a little bit more to the blue side. Not much, but just a little bit. I am happy with that color. That works. And add. Okay. Now let's just compare. How does that compare against Mist Guard color? $184, $183. Oh my word, that is so close. That is so close. That is so close. Okay, wow. 84, 41, 44. You can see past my head up there underneath the coffee link. You'll see the colors I'm comparing. Because that is the Mist Guard color. If I grab that, make it lighter and grayer. Maybe not quite so light. It looks out of place. It's too green. It's too green. It looks out of place. It's like it's just too green. Still. $195. Not happy. I'm not happy. Let's undo all of those folds because they're all wrong. And let's add them to a new layer so that I can do tonal shifts independently of each other without messing up anything that's already in place. Pardon. Ow. Okay. On top of all of that, let's just go here. Pick white. Fill. Set to a saturation layer. So we can just check our values. Top is looking good. Shoes are looking good. These. Okay. It's a much lighter shade than I was expecting, but it does blend more contrast-wise with the top, especially on the front panel, because we don't want that to be attention-grabbing necessarily. So what can we do to the sides that's not going to break up too much? And make a restless balance. Let's see. First things first, replace that hue and add you. Okay. I think this is asking for some stitching detail, not extra paneling, but it's asking for stitching. It's asking for stitching detail. So over here, I'm going to come to our ruled lines. I'm going to go to dashed line. And we're going to add this very, very intentional broad top stitch. And I think we're going to pair that with some additional patterning. So what sort of patterning are we looking at here? I'm looking at that sort of a thing. Okay. Have I got something like that in my library that I can trace around? Have I got something like that in my library that I can trace around? Let's see. Not there, but I think I do have something deep in the bowels of my previously acquired stuff. So let me see, I'm looking for my assets. Where is the stuff that I've favorited? Manage materials. That's the page that I'm looking for. That's the page that I'm looking for. Okay, now we come to our favorites. And we go towards some of the older ones. I recall there being something amongst these. Which page is it? Close but not quite. Almost. I think it's somewhere around here. And those are all packs, and there's more than what I can see in the examples there. Hold up. I think they're packs. Hold up. Which means I need to go to page 8. Okay. Oh. It's easier to just go to this person's account. And I should be able to find something that fits the bill. I recognize a bunch of these, but there's a bunch that I don't recognize as well. Close, but not quite. So close, so close. Which one is it? Ark! I think this is the one I'm gonna roll with. Grab it, download it again. Okay. And then we shall see when it lands up in my downloads folder. Okay. It says it was successful, so if I switch back. Okay. Now I should be able to pull that into my patterns over here. Okay. And then I should be able to take that very roughly like so. And very roughly like so. And reduce that opacity. Come back to our dashed line over here. And I should be able to now go over that. To get the sense of the pattern without having the color of the pattern. Which should be overkill. Okay, and then like so. Almost got it. Almost got it. Okay. Let me collapse that so I can see. Now, the main reason why I'm being a bit pedantic about having some texture on the pants, some, at the very least, is because I share a pet peeve with a cosplayer who I really, really like. And that pet peeve is how pants designs are generally pretty boring. Pants designs are generally pretty boring. So I want to have some texture so that at the very least the cosplay people who would actually end up making this stuff possibly at any point in the future are not bored to death with it. I think these stitches would maybe in practice be a little bit smaller, but anyway, it's good enough for the purpose of the concept. Like, there's texture there now, but it's not overwhelming. It's one of those things that when you notice it, it's like, ah, there's something there, but it's not an immediate eye-catching, ugh, too much. I'm feeling better about that. Balance-wise, do you think it's still too green? Do you think it's too grey? Mixing the hues on that article does not work. Mixing hues on that article does not work. What do you guys think? Or is there quite simply just too much loud on the top? Because that top is quite saturated. Alternatively, I need to grab that. And make it significantly darker. Without doing any saturation shifts. Maybe that works. Because that feels meh. That I feel looks more designed. And I feel looks more designed actually. I feel the darker pants works better. Gives it a bit more grounding. Once again, there is detail. It's there, it's visible. There's not a lack of contrast in its entirety. But I do feel like the darker pants works better. Yeah, I'm happier with that. I'm happier with that. It feels like we've actually got something that works. It feels like we've actually got something that works now. Mm-hmm. I think we're there. I think we're there. This was a victory. This is a victory, I think. I will update the stream information with a appropriate thumbnail for what we ended up actually doing. Because we ended up not being quite so head empty as I thought we would be. And we actually managed to really get something that works, I think. I mean, yes, they're thoroughly different, but I do feel like the different characters are starting to match. Let me just go out here. Let's see. I think we kind of in a line. It looks not wrong. I don't think we look entirely wrong. I mean, it doesn't look like we look like we're from entirely different universes anyway. Probably. Not altogether anyway. I mean, unique enough, but I think we still look distinctly separate. So I'm happy. I'm happy that the three designs don't look wrong next to each other. That's good, that's good, that's good. Now I just need pilots and models for these two, and then I'll be a happy camper. Then I'll be a happy camper. I think I know who I'm gonna ask to be Kai. But Tarn is still... Tarn, I still need to identify a person. Tarn, I still need to identify a person who's gonna pilot Tarn. But yeah. So, now I'll be able to work on reference sheets for both of these guys. And I will actually, after I have figured things out with my own model, so that if I have to redo something 15 million times, I redo it on my own self, then I can start the process of building these two. I'm pretty much... I'm half thinking that I'm going to skip Live 2D with them altogether and go straight into the 3D. Just so that as soon as... as soon as they are built, they are good to go. I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go straight to 3D. Skip the Live 2D for now. Until further notice, asterisk. I think that's what I'm going to do. So, priority number next is going to definitely be getting my 3D model under control so that I actually know what in the blazes I'm doing. I have the base mesh down. And I am... Oh, no, down, she says, asterisk. I've got some things that I'm still not happy with. I need to... especially around the shoulders, just check some topology. And then I need to start modeling the hair, and then I need to do the eyes and the face interior and all of those weird little niggly things. I think the only things that I've actually got modeled that are pretty much good to go are the earrings. And then I've still got to figure out all of the clothing. Just got to figure out how to do the clothing modeling. If you can fight any of these characters you drew, who do you think you can beat in a fight? We're all different classes of fighter, so it really depends entirely on the scenario. So, if we go back over here, we can see totally different classes. So all different... let me just go back up to Ak. No, back over there. So, we've got very, very different advantages and disadvantages. I'm the only ranged attacker of the three. Tarn could not hit the broadside of the house if you put him inside of it. So, as far as ranged people go, I've got that advantage. But I am also squishy. I've got like 0 practical defenses. I can block with my wings, but that's about it. The wings which you cannot see here because they are not equipped. Get the camera though. You can be the cameraman. Once you become the cameraman, they all instantly losses. Don't you know that the cameraman has the immortality buff? Because the cameraman has the amazing ability of getting in everywhere Always first before anyone else arrives. The cameraman has got like the insane buffs. As they say, the cameraman never dies. Yeah, this is true, even when they're hanging outside the bottom of a helicopter. This is true. And you must know, I have spoken to certain cameramen who have been doing filming stuff since before drones were a twinkle in your mother's eye. So there have been some seriously wild stories I've heard about the things that camera people get up to. It is insane. Oh, but yeah, so yeah, I could be a cameraman. I could be camera team. But yeah, in melee, Kai would crush me instantly. Like, instantly. I would get crushed. Endurance-wise, Tarn would crush me immediately. Because, also, just... He's... Like I said previously, he's a wild child. No speedster beats the cameraman. Yep. The cameraman is time itself. That is what no one is saying. The cameraman is time as itself. Hehe. The cameraman is the portal to all iterations of reality. Huh. Now that's a rabbit hole. Okay. That's a rabbit hole. But I think we have had success. I think we've had success. We now have Kai's civilian outfit, and I'm happy. It's got enough detail. Yeah, I'm happy. I do feel maybe that I could do something with stitching on this front panel. On the shirt, maybe. Like, okay, let's just go VTuber view over here. VTuber view over here. It does feel a little bit flat. It does feel maybe a little bit flat in retrospect. Like it's a big rest zone for the eyes. But I wonder if it's maybe not feeling a little bit flat. Like, unless I extend these sunbeams all the way to the perimeter, just like I did on the back. That might be the solution. Let's try it. If it's an absolute disaster, I can always undo it. Okay. It would help if I was holding the right, or the correct, writing implement. There we go. So let's just take these ones away, because they are, in fact, at the wrong angle. Couldn't see that earlier. Whoopsie. And you are in the wrong place. Altogether. So. if we go from there down, alternatively from there to that point, because then it breaks it up even more. It's maybe gonna be our winner. So that is 1, 2, 3. I think that's gonna be our winner. Okay. So now we grab our dark blue again. Grab those panels. Okay, and now let's just confirm for ourselves again. It was light at the bottom. So come back here, grab that, make it big, light at the bottom, slightly lighter. Okay, that works. And merge that down, come back here, grab our pail, and fill, 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 fill. Those 3. Those. And last one over here, like so. I do feel like that breaks it up better. Like, obviously the proportions are not right because it's very, very rough. Once again, disclaimer for the umpteenth time, this is a concept, it's not an actual proper illustration, so roughness is to be expected. But I'm happier that that is at least looking a little bit more finished. And a bit more intentional. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. Like, I wasn't sure if blue was gonna be Kai's main color, but it suits him. I think it suits him. Like, I wasn't 100% sure. I wasn't, actually. But it means that as a starting trio, we've got blue, red, and green. Which pretty much is every anime MC trio ever. So I'm happy. I'm happy. think that works. I think that works. Let me grab that again. Yeah. I am happy. I am happy. I can go to sleep at peace tonight. Whew. Okay. Last sip of coffee. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Oh. Okay. I am happy. I am happy. Brain is now fried. Brain is now fried. But I am a happy camper. I am a happy camper. Okay. I am happy. I am happy. I am happy. I am happy. Okay. We have our team. Woo. Cool. So, going forward, let me just think for a second. As you all might have noticed, I am on a little bit of a different schedule this week. So, let's just talk about that for a second. Let's yap a little. I am on a little bit of a different schedule this week. I think that it worked pretty well so far. So probably what's gonna happen is that my major streaming days are gonna end up being Mondays, strangely. So Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. Tuesdays I'm not 100% sure on. Tuesdays... Tuesdays are weird days for streaming for reasons, but anyway. Either which way, I'm going to end up being awake during my now streaming hours, regardless of what day of the week it is, all the way up until Friday. Friday is like chaos day, so I really don't anticipate being able to stream on Fridays. Sundays are family day, so that is a non-negotiable. I am taking a Sunday to rest. And Saturdays are wild because they start early and they're unpredictable because that's when things happen, like ripping up carpets and hacking down trees and generally maintaining the building and all of that madness. So Saturdays, I cannot say are going to be streaming days. If I do anything on a Saturday, it's because someone has invited me to a collab. Got nothing on the cards yet as far as collabs are concerned, but if anyone sends me an invite, we'll see what happens. Depends on the exact arrangements of the week. And I'm going to be alternating between Twitch and YouTube. Every time that I've got a scheduled stream, it's going to be switching between the two platforms. That's going to be the plan. So that not every Monday is going to be on YouTube and not every Monday is going to be on Twitch. Because I think having that alternation is going to give everyone a chance on all of the places to have the touch point and to interact. We are not far on YouTube, on Twitch, from being able to actually apply for affiliate. So I've got pretty much everything down except for having streamed on 7 days in a 30-day cycle, and by the end of next week I will be on target for that. And the only outstanding thing then is going to be the follow account. We are currently on 37, I think, 37 or 38 out of the required 50. So we are very, very, very close to being able to apply for affiliate there, and then we'll be able to use the emotes. And you guys will be able to use redeems and all of those interactive things that we do not have on YouTube, and which I would prefer to not have on YouTube streams, because those sorts of interruptions are not great for focus days. So we're going to pretty much try and use YouTube for focus days, the more chilled ASMR-ish days, I guess you could call them that, and then do chaos days on Twitch. That's going to be our plan. And see what happens. I'm sure that there's going to be some crossover in terms of audience between the two platforms. I'm certain of it. I've already seen it a little bit, but you know, different platforms for different audiences, you know? And we'll see how things pan out. I do say that with the intention of making it clear that primarily the content is going to be creation of some description. Now, that being said, I am going to have a couple of work-along type of streams eventually. Like, I know I need to do some serious offline work that is going to be a lot of number crunching. Got to do finances and bookkeeping before February. So that is going to be either done off stream, or it's going to be a work-along type stream where it's just keyboard ASMR basically. And then every 30 minutes or so we take a 10-minute break, just so that the brain doesn't doesn't catch fire. So that's going to be the plan there. So that needs to happen soon and very soon, because the financial year end is February, not December. In my country of residence presently. It kind of drives me a little insane, but I will take it at the moment because I need to do my bookkeeping. I need to scan slips. Ugh. That's gonna be a pain. Okay, anyway. Tangents. Okay. Tangents. Okay. So, all of that being said, I think we managed to get a lot done. I'm really, really, really happy with how Kai is actually looking in the end. I feel like it's a solid look, and I'm happy. And I'm a happy camper. So I will next see you guys, unless something really, really weird happens and I can stream on Saturday. I will next see you guys on Monday. And that will be on Twitch. Yes. So I'm going to try and publish stream schedules for the following week on a Saturday. Like late on a Saturday, that's going to be my goal. Is to publish the stream schedule for the following week on a Saturday. So, yes. That is going to be the plan. Because I know I've been publishing it late on Monday at the moment, and if I'm streaming on Mondays, that's not going to work. So, yeah, I've got to tighten up that schedule slightly. But yes, I am happy. We have a plan. We have a plan. So yeah. I have a lot that I need to still learn and figure out. So I'm going to try and do at least some 3D stuff next week. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to try and do in geometry nodes as I learn how to do it. But as much as I can do with straight modeling, I'm going to try and do with straight modeling. And I need to get as much of that information down as possible before I start doing the fun stuff, which is the UV painting. Because it takes a lot to not dive straight into that and then mess up and have to redo it 15 times because there was something wrong with my mesh. So yes, I'm trying to keep the blinkers on that front. So I'll try and do some 3D stuff next week. I can't promise, but that's going to be the goal. In the meantime, I'm probably going to use my time tomorrow, which is Friday. The 17th is in fact Friday. To get back up to speed on what I have learned about geometry nodes so far and see what parts I can do in the meantime, already in the model, and what I need to wait until I've gotten more information from my tutor? Mentor, that's the word I was looking for making sure that I don't have to redo it for the 4th time for certain parts. Like, I know that with the clothing side of things, I definitely do not want to have to do that in... I definitely do not want to have to do the clothing side of the 3D modeling in... whatchamacallit, in straight modeling. Citrina, hello, welcome back. Good day, how it goes? It goes well. We managed to get the civilian outfit for our blue cat tiger guy sorted, and I am happy. And it looks like it goes well with our red dragon guy, so I'm happy. And it also looks like it matches with me easily enough, so I'm triply. We've got our classic anime trio of red person, green person, blue person all lined up nicely, and we don't look like we're from completely separate world builds, despite the completely separate anatomies that are so very, very not the same. Like, I think I'm the most human looking out of the lot of them. And, I don't even know what I am. It's wild. What I can tell you about my present appearance is that the green hair is organic. I am not bleaching it and dyeing it. It just grows that way. So whatever I am, that's normal. It's normal for me. And as for other things, I guess I'll figure it out as I find them out again. We'll see we'll see. How that pans out. It's wild. It's wild. But yeah, I'm really happy that we managed to get Kai's civilian outfit sorted. Green hair normal, yay, yes! Green hair is normal, yes. Fun times. But yeah, I'm happy. We managed to get a lot done. Sky Shards, hello! Good to see you. How are you doing? Bro, the green hair, super cyan green. Look, the cyan are not necessarily the only aliens with green hair. But Sky Shards, how are you doing? I've not seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. We have been productive over the last nearly 5 hours. We've been productive. I am a happy camper. I love your green hair though, it's pretty. Yay, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm actually also very, very proud of how my haircut came out. Yes, it takes a little bit of styling in the morning to get everything to bend just so, but it's worth it. It's worth it. I feel myself. Yeah, no, I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy camper. Yeah, no. So out of all of you, which one's the most powerful? If we're talking brute force, it's Kai. If we're talking magical ability, it's Tarn. If we're talking general sense of self-preservation, it's totally me. I think I've got the most well-evolved sense of self-preservation out of the three of us. Like the other two, yeah, they do some things that would make me want to pull my hair out of worry for them sometimes. Like they do not have a well-developed sense of self-preservation. An extra break day is never a bad idea. This is true. This is true. Like, I initially did not do streaming on Fridays because of noise, because my part of the world is loud on a Friday. But also it's kind of the transition between sleep cycles for me now, because right now it is creeping towards 2 in the morning. And I'm currently on a biphasal sleep cycle with basically 3 in the morning till 9 in the morning, and then a like 3-hour nap in the middle of the day. Just to make sure that I actually get enough time out. But Saturdays I need to be up early. Sundays I need to be up early, and I need to be functional for like a 10-hour slot on a Saturday. That I can't afford a nap, and to prepare for that I need Fridays, so it's wild. I was gonna say it must be super late for you. Yeah, it is, but we're trying it out because I had a look at my stats and it seems like more than, what is it? Yeah. 57%, I think, was the last number I saw on the last couple of videos, roughly around there. 57% of my viewership reside in the United States. So it makes sense to stream inching towards that available time slot for people who are available then. So basically catching Europe at their after supper slot after 8 at night through to 2 o'clock in the morning, so to catch the American viewers. That is how I think I'm going to make the option most available for everyone. Because let's just be real, one shouldn't necessarily be watching streams at work. So like, unless you are a self-employed professional who can have white noise on and not get distracted by it, I can't imagine listening to streams at work being something that won't get you fired. So maybe streaming during working hours for both of those time zones is not necessarily wise. We'll see what happens on for later, but yeah, that's the plan for now. I don't work Monday through Thursday. Works for me though. Okay, that is fair. That is fair. At least you're not catching it drowsy from just waking up. Maybe. Depends. I don't know. There might be people working shifts. Who knows? who knows? All things happen. All things happen, so. If I'm a stellar example of this, I'm currently awake in what would be considered the night shift. Red eye shift. So, hey. Wild times. People have different work schedules depending on what the needs of life are. So, yeah, all is well. All is good. Yeah. Nah. This is true? I catch another person's stream around that time? Yeah. Yeah. I should probably be able to maybe tune in every now and again for a little bit. It's kind of in the middle of when I'm supposed to be sleeping the second time, but we'll see. Who knows, maybe those streams can be sleep aid. I feel like it's such a hard thing to actually make time to actually watch other people's streams. It feels so difficult to actually make time for stuff sometimes. I try to pass out, though it is a problem. Yeah, I think in your case it might be slightly problematic. Considering I'm pretty sure you have that lovely little moderator symbol on that channel as well. Maybe we're just talking around about things now. Anyway, so yeah, streaming schedules are trying to solidify now, and hopefully this year will be a little bit more stable than 2024, which was an absolute disaster. From the May Dragon of Nightmares, which left my hand basically paralyzed for a month, to the October computer crash, and the entire debacle of actually just making a model in between. 2024 was a wild year. So hopefully now we'll have something to build off of, and we'll actually be able to make things a little bit more stable. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that unless I get like invited to a collab or something on a Saturday, I highly doubt that I will be streaming on a Saturday under normal circumstances. I know that I did make a post a couple of days ago saying that I was open to collabs. At the moment, I've not got the capacity to organize them myself. So, unless I get an invitation, I'm just gonna assume, okay, nah. Because I have not got the capacity to plan things right now. I've got a lot of background organization currently on my plate. My brain is a bag of cats. And also, when it comes to deciding on activities, it's pretty much a case of, we're doing this thing, have you got the game, have you got the capacity for a conversation, bloody fish paste, all of that jazz. If you've not got a plan beforehand, you're going to have a really hard time getting me to make up my mind if you say, okay, we've got like 10 options, pick one. But if we know, okay, we're doing this thing, have you got the game, yes or no? I can say, yes, I've got the game. Or is the game free? If the game is free, maybe I can do it, but beware, I will be noob. Speaking of, I might need to DM you about something later. Okay. At your own pace, all is well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Considering that to date, I have only participated in a total of 4 collabs in my entire 12 going on 13 years of streaming. Yeah. I'm kind of looking forward to doing more of that this year. I'm kind of looking forward to doing more of that this year. And hopefully, once I've got these 2 built and piloted, that will happen more regularly as well, because then I'll actually have a team that we can work with. So yeah. Like, I have a half an idea of who might be piloting Kai, but we're still looking for someone to pilot Tan, who is the red guy over here. You sounded a bit salty there. What about having not had any collabs over time? Well, let's just put it this way. In the first 10 years of streaming, it was too on and off to even know what I was doing, really. And it was literally all art streams. It was all art streams. And it was all, yeah. Very much impromptu. Pilot curiosity. Yes, the plan is that these guys are all going to be VTubers. Yeah. So the plan is that Kai and Tan that you see on screen here are going to be teammates of mine in the future. So the plan is to build them up as VTubers as well. Hee hee. But yeah, my 12 years of streaming, you said, Tomly? Yeah. Like, Harrier Citadel might be new, but the entity piloting the lovely green lady is, in fact, someone who has been streaming for a long time. The Citadel VTuber team? Yeah. The name is under wraps for now, but yes. We have lots and lots of plans. There is stuff in the works. If you see me working on some really random looking stuff, the map that we were working on previously, and other things, that's all involved in the background lore. And if you are on the Discord server for Misthaven, you will have maybe seen some announcements about things involving some stuff. And like said in said announcement, if you are paying attention, you might be able to figure out what it is we're working on, but if you do figure it out, please keep it to yourself. Because we're working on big things, it's going to be a lot of fun, and yeah, it's wild. Thank you for the head pats, Sky Shots, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Behind that amazing smile of VTuber, there's a giant amount of rage that can take down every wall. I shall direct my rage at Quell once I have figured out how to get my computer to not overheat every time that I try to stream and play my fitness boxing game at the same time. But yes, that is something that I'm working on. It's alright. Yeah, I try to direct my rage in healthy directions. Turn the rage into colourful pixels on screen. That is my goal. That way it can't hurt anyone. Hopefully. It might cause psychological damage, maybe, but hopefully it won't actually cause any lasting side effects. Hee. Oh, fun times. Colorful pixels are good for me. Yay! Woohoo! Guys, I really cannot wait to have a 3D, and hopefully, not long after that, be able to afford to get some sort of a tracking solution, because, oh my word, the amount of gestures that I do with my hands that you guys completely miss out on is driving me up the wall. I need to save up for so much hardware. I'm so sorry. Oh. I am working on things, but it's fine. Talking with the hands, I see. Yeah, I gesture. I gesture a lot. I'm a hand talker. I look forward to 3D as well. Yes, Krahazik, it's absolutely so going to be fun when we get there. Because I've been keeping an eye on the updates that have been coming in XR Animator that are really cool. Motion Studio, the things that are coming in there, really cool. I would like to eventually be able to invest in a cheap laptop that I can just run all the streaming software off of. Because the amount of graphics usage that I'm using on my main machine just to do my actual day job is such that I'm terrified of how it's going to work on trying to run a VTuber and all of these cool platform stuffs and actually doing my day job at the same time. That's going to be wild. XR? Yes, I will send you a link in the DMs later, Krahazik. You can just ping me a reminder and I will send you to their X Twitter page of the person who's actually doing the development. Really cool stuff if you're an instrumentalist. Really good tracking for instruments. I think they've got support for guitar, violin, I think cello, I think piano. I'm not 100% sure about piano. But yeah, literally camera-based tracking for all of these, and it's really good quality. It's really, really, really good. So, fun times. I'm sure a used old gaming laptop should work for that. Not speaking from experience or anything. I didn't help myself, did I? No, I am 100% sure that that would work. I once upon a time did have a gaming laptop that I would 100% use for this. Except, unfortunately, I worked it so hard that I literally burnt a hole in the motherboard. And I haven't had an opportunity to fix it in the last 6 years. And now I am pretty sure that you're not going to be able to get a compatible motherboard for that machine anymore. I'm going to try going dual GPU. Like, if you're doing heavy graphic stuff like we are as people working in 3D, then yes, having the dual GPU is really, really useful. But to also just take the load off of the encoding and actual internet usage and so on, actually putting it through a separate entire system is maybe not too bad. So yeah, for my motherboard, yeah, I was working and everything was fine, and then all of a sudden the screen just went black and boom. A 20,000 Rand laptop, I think it was a 25,000 Rand laptop at the time, dead. And that was like the most expensive laptop I could afford 3 years prior. I spent so much time paying off debt to my business for being, or to my job, being able to buy that laptop back. Yeah. Like, it's... the conversions were a little bit different back then. I think we were staring down the barrel of 16 Rand to the United States dollar at the time. And then it very, very, very steadily creeped up to 18. And then up to 22. And now I think it's back down to 19. I don't know. It fluctuates like a wild thing. But yeah. I tried to dual machine once, but my old iMac couldn't really handle OBS. Yeah, picking the right machine is going to be the main thing. And also we've got to keep in mind that October this year, support for Windows 10 dies, so with that all of my hardware that is on my current machine becomes obsolete and unsupported. So the kind of computer trouble that I had in October, I'm expecting to become more and more and more frequent as that D-Day approaches. To switch to a Windows 11 system, because that is going to be a thing. So I'm anticipating that I'm going to need to do a couple of pushes to try and get some funding in for extra hardware and so on, but I'm not looking forward to it. I'm really not looking forward to it. It's hard enough to keep keeping things going month by month. So, and I really don't like begging. So, whatever we do for hardware upgrades, it's to make sure that we can keep on doing the thing that everyone enjoys. That's going to be the vibes. Because here's the funny thing, and I'm just going to be open and transparent with you guys about. You see the coffee goal in the bottom right left corner of the screen? That coffee is attached to the Keeper Media business account. Every commission I get gets attached to the Keeper Media business account. Of the money that comes in, very little of it actually comes to me. Most of it is going into making sure that I can actually continue doing the job. So it's paying for a Live 2D subscription, it's paying for rent and electricity, and it's paying for hardware updates. Like, majority of funds that come in is going into a kitty to save for replacement hardware somewhere down the line. I know, own several optical audio PDI transmitters and reviewers. Oh wow. I'd ship my unused stuff if only the shipping costs weren't so bad. Yeah. International shipping was terrible, and that's before you consider exchange rates. That's before you consider exchange rates and also customs. So yeah. Like, just on the note of shipping, I once wanted to support an artist I know and buy a $2 sticker off of their website. It would have cost me $20 to get the sticker to me. I didn't end up buying the sticker because that cost to shipping ratio was just impossible. Sadly. Still feel bad about it. I really liked that sticker too. It was cute. It would have been really cute on my bicycle helmet. I keep all of my stickers on my bicycle helmet. Yeah, fun times. So yeah, I will be trying to get things stable soon. I'm going to be trying. It's the goals, is to work towards stability at the end of the day. Yeah, I will be streaming again on Monday. It'll be on Twitch. So I am not far from being able to get to affiliate on Twitch. I just need to get up to the 50 followers. I'm currently sitting at, I think, 37 or 38. By the end of next week, I will have the 7 streams in a 30-day cycle that I need. And then that fulfills all of the requirements. And that should also give people more options, and we can start doing cool interactive stuff then as well. So yeah, slow but steady progress. And yeah, we'll see how things pan out. Anything else that I needed to talk about with any sort of urgency? I know a group that could help. I'm not going to do any marketing in groups, basically, because that just terrifies the living daylights out of me. But if you throw any recommendations into the wind and they get caught by anyone, those go greatly appreciated. I'm very bad at self-promotion on closed group platforms, simply because I feel like I've got no mandate to do stuff, even though it's technically kind of the entire point. It just feels really weird. It's more like a VTuber support group community. Okay. If you want to throw my name in the hat there, then I will not refuse it. I just can't join it myself. I've got my hands full keeping head above water in the groups that I'm already in. So I it's hard. We do what we can. You feel that? Yeah. Mandate is worth its weight in gold. Like, and I don't know if you guys have had similar feelings when it comes to actually just talking to a person socially, like on social media. It's like, hey, you seem cool, and we have kind of commented past each other for goodness alone knows how long, but like, I'm not gonna DM you out of the blue because unless I've got something of value to say, just trying to make small talk feels really, 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 really weird. Oh, it's wild. Like, I know that a lot of people say don't start a collab with someone until you've gotten to know them first. I find like doing a collab is maybe the easiest way to get to know someone. And it's like, okay, which way around do you want to go with this? Because we can collab first in a group context, and then if it doesn't click, we can go our own ways and no one is hurt at the end of it. But after having DMs and then you do collabs, then I feel like that might actually be more of a... I actually feel like sometimes that's more toxic than the other way around. I don't know. I'm in a lot of Discord groups, and I'm just kind of skyrocketed when I started following VTubers and became one. Yeah, it does that. I'm sure out of streaming, you're a social butterfly who talks with lots of people around you. No. I find that streaming is the only time where I've actually got the mandate to speak with lots of people. It's wild. It's wild. It's because this is my space. It's curated space. If you make me uncomfy, I can throw you in the banhammer and yeet you into the sea. And that is fine. But when it comes to actually going into other people's spaces, if I'm not invited, no. Not gonna happen easy. Not gonna happen easy. I'm kind of like a fairy in that regard. I need to be invited. If I'm not invited, I do not enter. That's just how it is. Try to make oneself invitable, but, you know, at the end of the day, it all depends on the other person as well. You can only do so much on your own. But yeah, such is life. Why is my eye aching? Yeah, I think I actually do know why my eye is aching. It's because I did this entire stream and I completely forgot to put any sort of lenses on to make sure that I was not straining my eyes. That's what happened. Oh, that's why I've got a headache. Either that or it's the fact that I've only had 3 cups of coffee today. And also that I've not hydrated enough, because why? I have been cold and I have been forgetting to drink water. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and hydrate. There we go. Let's get rid of more of this, shall we? Let's get rid of more of this. Probably from the computer. I need to get my lenses too because I've bought them. Yeah. Right. I'm supposed to not wear my contact lenses for more than like 2 hours at a time, because otherwise, even though they're supposed to be the ones that are really, really ultra breathable, my eyes kind of don't get enough oxygen. So I'm supposed to wear my glasses when I'm doing long haul stuff, and I had them on earlier in the day, and then I went for my nap, and then I forgot to put them on again afterwards. Whoopsie. Let's have more water, shall we? Yes. This bottle will be gone by the time the stream is over. Yeah. But the eye strain is definitely an issue. The eye strain is definitely an issue that needs to be monitored and controlled. And yeah. Also, the eye that's aching is my far-sighted eye, which makes sense because everything that I've been working with has been pretty close to me. So there's that. Never tried contacts before? If you've got an applicator, they're easy to put in. And there are ways of getting them out, which is less stressful than what you would imagine. The main thing is just don't sleep with them. Even if it's a nap, just don't sleep with your contact lenses. That's the major number one thing. And try to not fly with them. That is the other. Don't sleep with them, don't fly with them. Boom. If you do those two things, contacts are actually pretty amazing. The one thing that I can say for contacts is that they have proven themselves to be incredibly useful when doing something pretty active. So, colored contacts for cosplay, yeah. The circle lenses are also fun. I once, actually, for I think a span of like 3 years, I wore circle lenses to when I went to work as well. I had this gorgeous pair of dark purple galaxy circle lenses, and people don't notice them until the light hits them just so on my black eyes, and then people are like, oh wow, purple? That looks so cool. And then they can't unsee it. I really like those purple galaxy lenses. If I can ever afford them again, I'm definitely going to reinvest. It sounds pretty? Yeah. They lasted for like 6 months at a time. 6 months a pair. As well, which is also nice. The only downside of that is because they were circle lenses, they were a null prescription, so I had to combine them with glasses. And the only colored contact lenses with prescriptions that I've seen are for short-sightedness. Oh, get me is whenever I see Slayer lenses. Okay, Slayer lenses are terrifying. Terrifying. I can't imagine them being comfortable with how big that diameter is. Ish. Cries and has to wear glasses because contacts hate my eyeballs. Yeah. The thing with a contact lens is it has to be the right size and it has to have the right curvature. More than anything else, those are the two things that it has to have good and proper. And also, depending on your eye, different manufacturers have different comfort levels as well. So, like, the brand that I wear might not be necessarily what's most comfortable for you, and so on and so forth. I think I tried like 3 different brands of contact lenses before I found one that was most comfortable for me. And you know, sometimes it just boils down to limited time in contact until such time as you develop the tolerance, and also making sure that you're using the appropriate amount of eye drops. Because contact lenses and eye drops are peas and carrots. You cannot have them separate. You can, but it is not going to be quite as pleasant. Maybe not going to be quite as pleasant, you know? So the care routine of dealing with contacts is a little bit more intensive than with glasses. But depending on the context of when you're using them, how you're using them, in what environment you find yourself, they can be amazing. So for those of you who don't know, in years gone by, I sail. It's been a little bit tough getting to the boat the last couple of years for various reasons. Hi, hello, welcome in. Wonderful evening, morning, whatever the case. Hope everyone is having a great stream. Thank you so much, Hype. Yes, we're having a little bit of post-artizatsu, just to wind things down a little bit towards 2:30 in the morning. Whee! It's already 2 in the morning. When did that happen? Oh dear. But yeah, so for those of you who aren't aware, in ages past I sail. I want to get back into it. It's the goal for before March is to sail again. And when you're on a boat, having glasses loose on your face is a wonderful way to lose your very expensive glasses off the side of a boat. So one of the reasons why I moved to contacts for prescription was actually for the sake of sailing. Because between the risk of losing the contacts over the edge and the fact that you cannot have your glasses on for more than 30 seconds without them being completely salted up, that was enough to say, okay, this ain't gonna fly, we need contacts now. Sailing, that's so cool. Would love to go sailing one day. It is a lot of fun. I think the main thing with sailing is for your first experience, not have a wind still day, because if there is no wind, the likelihood of getting seasick is greater, because when there's no wind, you've got no stability on the sail. The second thing is to, if possible, not be on a tiny race boat. This calls for a stream after party. All-nighter, let's go! Sailing, that's awesome. How long have you been doing that? I was sailing for about 6 years, almost, before the pandemic hit. And since then, it's just been one disaster after another, and I haven't actually been able to get back on the water. And it's been driving me insane. Like, we've motored out in the harbour twice since then, and that was in this last 6 months. But actual put up the canvas and switch off the engine type sailing, we've not been able to do that since December, before the pandemic hit. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, so the advice is, if you're going to go sailing for your first experience, do not be on a small race boat, because it is uncomfortable. There is no place to put your bum down. And if you are unlucky, you are going to have the task of being rail meat, which means you're mostly sitting outside of the boat trying to kiss the keel. Quote unquote, that is my experience of sailing. I have my hand raised high in the air right now. You can't see it, but I've got my hand raised really high in the air. That was my job, is to be rail meat, just trying to counterweight that sail, and keep the boat upright-ish. Because an upright boat is a fast boat, actually. Surprise, surprise. How did you get into sailing? Through family or just general interest? So, basically, my dad always wanted to sail. And for one of his milestone birthdays, we got him a ticket, or a course for his skipper's ticket, his coastal skipper's ticket, or his day skipper ticket, basically. Which basically means that you're allowed to go out of the harbour to within a 15 nautical mile radius of the harbour and come back in during daylight hours. And that was just like a several day course. I think it was a week, 5-day course. And he went on that, and he got his skipper's ticket. He really loved it. Awesome, cool. And then 2 weeks later, the rest of us did it. So that we'd understand what on earth was going on when we got access to a boat. And now there are 4 certified day skippers in my household, and you've got 4 captains on the boat. It's a little bit wild. So we are all licensed to pilot a vessel, motor or sail, up to 100 gross tons within a 15 nautical mile radius of our home port on the wild coast. It's insane. I'm actually glad I know someone else that sails. My parents used to before I was born, and I want to go so badly because the way they describe it makes me want to go. Sailing is so great. It's so great. If you can get the opportunity to go on a cruising sail, please do so. It is an experience so worthwhile. If you're in the States, if you ever get yourself the opportunity, I don't know where anyone is, and I'm not going to ask, but if you get the opportunity, one of the best sailing locations in the United States is Maine. I don't know the exact details, but apparently the sailing there is amazing. If you get yourself the opportunity to go for a sail in Maine, apparently 11 out of 10 worth. So there's that. It's just like using a parachute in the air. Yeah. It's basically wild. You're basically flying in two different fluids at the same time, because you've got wings in air and you've got wings in water, and they are working against each other, and it's lots of lift in alternating directions, and it's a little bit wild actually when you think about it. I want to go to Maine in general. Now I need to go. Hey, awesome. It's fun. Like, when you know how things work, it gets even cooler. If I had the money for it, what I would really want to do is, there is a sailing simulator on Steam. And I would really like to actually grab that sailing simulator, because it's got everything from sail trim down to wind direction, sea state, all of that stuff built into the sim. It's like wild. And a couple of different vessels as well. And I would really like to actually do that with you guys. I just can't afford it. It's like something along the line of 700 South African rand. Do you know how many meals you can buy for 700 rand? No. I'll just say I'm on West Coast and Maine is East Coast. Yeah. It's tricksy. West Coast locations, I'm a little bit less clued up on. My dad has spent a little bit more time looking at the charts, so he'll probably have a better idea of a couple of good locations on the East Coast. On the West Coast. That are good sailing locations. Hold up. Let me just pull up a map. Real quick. United US, West Coast. Just want to pull up a map. If you're pretty far north, you might have the option for some of the fjords up there. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. Anyway, brain juice is now expiring. Let's have some more water. I've almost killed this bottle. I think it's like a 750 milliliter. I think. Not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. I think it's around about there, roughly. Does it say on the bottom here? Oh, 500 ml. It's a 500 ml. Half a litre. Okay. I've been told Washington is fun, and so is Cali when it's not on fire, but travel is expensive. Yeah. Yeah. Travel is expensive. That is the sad truth. Oh, man. Like, unless you've got family that you can crash at as a home station, or a friend you can crash at as a home base when you're traveling, it gets really, really, really expensive. And then you've got to have the convenience of having family or friends who've got space for you to crash. And a temperament that allows for it. That's the thing. And that's before you consider actual travel expenses of, okay, are we going flight tickets, or are we going by vehicle, by road, or are we going by train if that's an option? All of those little factors, those all play into it as well. So yeah. Fun times. Okay. Let me just check something back here. Oh, is that where you went? Last little thing that was living on my desk that has been lost for several weeks. I now find it. Right behind my tablet screen. Rolled way beyond the boundary of where one sees it, if one generally looks normally. A train would be cool someday when I can. Yeah. Like, trains have gotten an awful lot more expensive than what they're intended to be, I think, sometimes. Because the commuter train, I feel, has gotten a much lower priority for a lot of places around the world than what they actually could be worth. So, I'm just hoping that trains are going to make a comeback in my country so badly. Oh my word, I really want trains to make a comeback in my country. I have not actually been on a train before. I've been on a monorail once. And that was because work had me overseas. I think it was the monorail at Toronto Airport. I think it was Toronto. I can't remember. It was either Toronto or Paris, but I can't remember which airport I'm talking about. It was more than 5 years ago. So, sad. Can't remember. I hope they make a comeback in my state. We used to have so many and I was awesome, but now they're gone. Yeah. Mandela effect? No, it's just a gap in my memory. You do know that my entire bit is that I've got really trash memory, actually. No. Trains are actually really, really, really great. Just in general, they are a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful piece of infrastructure if they are maintained and if the capacity is managed well. That's the two major things. And if either of those fails, then it causes major upheavals in other systems for transporting people and goods. It's wild. The best feeling is when you hear them at night from very, very, very far. Yeah. I've got family who very fondly remember a commuter train ride that's like 600 kilometers-ish? 600 kilometers-ish, I think. And it's... They very keenly remember lying on the middle bunk, because there'd be 3 bunks in a cabin. 3 layers of bunks in a cabin. You have to lie on the middle bunk, looking out the window, and then just drift on the train to sleep like that. Sleeping on a train and sleeping on a boat are similar in that regard, I think. There's that constant movement. The train's got that chicka 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 chicka. The boat's got that, and it just so calming, so lovely. The movement of the vehicle rocking you nicely and gently to sleep. Very nice. Until all of a sudden it isn't. Yeah. I think a lot of people should be aware of the fact that the sea is not a tame beast. So when it comes to sailing, and folk try and do cross-oceanic crossings when they are not yet ready for it, and they pick the wrong weather window, and things go chaotic, and they end up in skyscraper high waves. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. It is possible to go entire voyages without encountering that, but you need to know what you're doing. There's the old-fashioned trains in the middle of the night in my area. Ooh, lovely. Lovely, lovely. There is a train that goes through my town every now and again as well. Love it when it comes past. It's nice. It's cozy. But yeah, I'm fading fast, guys. It has now been very near 6 hours. Very, very, very near 6 hours. I can feel my eyes beginning to dip, and all of this talk about sleep is not making it easier. Ooh. Sleep is good? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Now I need to know, have you heard of the song called Sailing by Christopher Cross? But get some rest, friend. I will look that one up, because Sailing, I know, is the Rod Stewart one. I don't know if it's the same song. I do not know if it's the same song. And I'm actually now curious. I'm not going to sleep if I don't find out. Let me find out. So... It is not the same song, okay. I will listen to that in the morning for certain. I will listen to that in the morning for certain, because that is definitely not the same song, and now I want to know. I will listen to that in the morning. Let me write that down, because what's the old wisdom? The old wisdom says that a bad handwriting is better than a good memory. So, sailing Christopher Cross. Noted. It's a beautiful song. Yeah, I very, very briefly had a look at the lyrics, and it's like, okay, it's definitely not the same song. Catch a line here or there. It seems like it'll be a nice one to listen to, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of beautiful songs, someone I know, very recently, actually, this time yesterday, roughly, did a cover from a song from Belle, and it was so good. It was A Million Miles Away from the movie Belle, and it was so good. I think the link is on my Blue Sky. Still, I think I reposted about it, yeah. And it was so good. There were like 40 Utaite in the choir that was supporting her on that, and it was so good. Totally worth a listen. There's a voice note at the end. The voice note made me cry. I don't even know the person all of that well, but it's like, flip, that hit. That hit hard. Definitely worth a listen. You'll find the link on my Blue Sky. If you don't know where to find my Blue Sky, all the links should be in the video description as well. All of the links should be in the video description as well. So yeah, check that out. It'll be worthwhile. If you like pretty singing, check that person out. For sure. Because of unexpected reasons, I was awake at 4 in the morning when that thing went live. And I wasn't supposed to be, but it was worth it. It was so worth it. But yeah, let's just say I've got to crash now good and proper, because it is now heading to 3 in the morning. So I'm going to love and leave you all. Thank you so much for spending time with me this evening, troubleshooting our way through Kai's character design for his civilian outfit, yapping with me now this last hour and a bit. I think it's been an hour and a bit now of just Zatsu, but it's fine, it's fun. Debrief, de-stress, all of that madness. Night, Ria, very fun to chat with you. Yes. So, I shall see you all, pending any weirdness. I shall see you all on Monday on Twitch. If you have not already followed me there, please consider doing so, because that way we can get up to the point where we can do emotes and things a lot sooner. And that'll be fun. There we go. Okay. Everyone, I bid you good night. Rest well when you get to it, and until next time, cheery bye.